Hello, hello, hello. Yes, we are here. It's so exciting. Radio Axiom, Session 30. And I am Robin Roth. I'm going to be hosting tonight, welcoming all the fabulous performers. And we're going to have 4 different ones. We've got Joe Cantrell. We've got Esteban Flores. We've got Nathan Hubbard. And John Jolley is going to kick things off. He's going to do a DJ set. And then we're going to go to the band. And then we're going to come back. And so it's going to be open, close, and in between. Are you up for the challenge?
Oh, I'm excited. Yeah, I'm thrilled to be here. I've been enjoying watching Radio Axiom for the last couple of years, and I'm delighted to be here.
Yes, and you are actually from San Diego, born and raised.
That's right. Yeah, my parents met at UCSD and bought a home up in North County in the mid '80s and had me and. I never really left. I've traveled a bunch, but I'm always very happy to come back.
So many people, there's not that many people that can actually say they were born and raised in San Diego, right?
Yeah, it's a hard place to leave, though.
I know. I mean, I've been here since I was 15. I'm originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I haven't left since I was 15 years old. So the scene here is just amazing how it's evolved and grown. And we were talking earlier about the difference between the scenes and the cities that you've been to, and I kind of wanted to get your take on that as far as other cities that you've been at and comparing them to San Diego as far as, you know, the electronic scene that you're in.
Well, I think in some cities you have more infrastructure, like in Austin, for instance. You know, the city is sort of built around the music scene, which is fantastic. And then in larger cities, you know, like New York and Los Angeles, just because there's so many people, you're able to have really specialized scenes where if you're into like a really specific kind of music, there's enough people in those cities that you can find that community, right? You know, people will organize communities around those hyper-specific genres or interests, whereas that's not really as feasible in smaller towns. So you have to kind of develop these umbrella communities in places like San Diego, and I feel like we've done a great job of that here. In terms of our experimental music scene and our electronic music scene, and people are just, I think, really open-minded to new sounds and new ideas here in town, and I've been enjoying it since I was a teenager. You know, going to all ages shows at Epicenter and Shea Cafe and the Scene, and I had my mind blown by The Locust and Man is the Bastard and all that kind of stuff growing up, and it definitely made a mark on me.
Yeah.
Just having that so accessible and having that community be so welcoming.
So you're a DJ, but you're also in bands.
Yeah, I've been playing in bands since I was a teenager. I'd say that I focus more on, I certainly get more gigs DJing these days. It's been a while since we've had a real show.
Yeah, you know?
But not to say this isn't a real show.
That's true. So what's your current band situation?
So I'm playing in a 3-person synth project called Warranty Void. With Matt Zog, formerly of Zombie Surf Camp. And we have a tape out on Shaft Records. You can find that on the Facebook page there. There's a link to it. And I've been really enjoying performing with those guys and writing and recording music with them.
So any performances in the works, or are you just kind of waiting to see how things
we're kind of waiting for things to start feeling safer out there again, but it's been hard to rehearse as well. You can rehearse outside, or you can be all masked indoors and stuff. It's been difficult, but this has been an opportunity certainly to kind of take a break and reflect, which I think a lot of artists maybe actually appreciate instead of having. Being on the grind 24/7.
And then as far as your DJ stuff, I know you were doing Acid Varsity at the Kava Lounge, but the Kava Lounge closed.
That's right.
So it's kind of a matter of, well, are we going to regroup or are we not? So you're just kind of, again, waiting to see what happens.
Yep, sort of in limbo right now. But I outside of DJing in clubs, I do a lot of DJing in all kinds of environments. I particularly enjoy playing festivals. I've been out to Burning Man 4 times. I go out to Utopia, the San Diego Regional, every year. And my friends and campmates out there have been very supportive of me DJing out there and just doing like 12-hour marathon sets all day, and and you have kind of a captive audience in those situations.
Right.
And it's we also do local stuff like Figment and just like the art community scene here. There's always clubs aren't the end all be all when it comes to DJing. In my opinion, you can have just as much fun as at a house party, or if not more so.
Maybe more. I was saying.
So, my whole life, my whole career so far musically, I just try to stay open to whatever comes, and looking forward to things opening back up.
Me too. All right, well, let's get you started here with the DJ set.
Sure.
John Jolley.
Thank you, Robin.
Hello, compadres, amigos, ¿cómo están? Todo el mundo del sonido Renegade Sunway. Renegade Sunway. Trayendo las notas musicales favoritas de sus amigos. Latino sabor nacional.
Now, can really feel like we're here. You can see that we can really feel like we're here.
I was looking through, and there was this firefly that was going all around the room. And I held out my finger, and the firefly landed on my finger.
We can really feel like we're here.
And the crazy thing was that I felt it.
Is he okay?
No, I think he's having a seizure.
You can get the feeling that you're really in a place. You can get the feeling that
He's not allowed to move. He's not moving.
You're recording.
yeah, no, I mean this street is
Maybe-
just completely flooded.
Yeah.
Can you guys see this behind me? I mean this is
Hi, Mom.
and this is what it looks like.
It's crazy to feel like you're in the middle of it.
The crazy thing was,
We can really feel like we're here.
Your brain just thought you were feeling it.
exactly,
We are actually going to verify every single experience.
exactly. I have no feeling in the tip of my finger. I had an accident.
Is he okay?
I had an accident.
A portal of sorts, but one that you never leave.
Recording from the entire head.
I was looking through. It just looked realer.
Hi, Mom.
And I held out my finger. And the crazy thing was,
He's not allowed to move. He's not moving. But his intentionality is being captured over there.
exactly.
Powerful enough to run any experience you want.
I felt it.
Uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent.
Yeah.
We can really feel like we're here.
It feels like we're really here, and it's obviously a tough place to get to now. And a lot of people are really suffering with the aftermath of the hurricanes.
Why not? What's stopping you?
He's got full body traction.
It's absolutely lovely and just kind of cool to be able to go places you can't go.
He's not moving.
Shadows and echoes
What do you want?
can be of value
She's reaching in and just about to kiss me.
because there'll be nothing out there anymore.
Or worse. Oh, that's the end of the demo.
Say somebody got this on video.
Thank you, John Jolley. What an awesome DJ set, huh?
Yeah, that was great.
And now I'm with Joe Cantrell. Woohoo, Joe.
Hey,
Joe.
hey, me.
Man, it's been a while. So I feel like I have so much to ask you. Where do I start? Okay, so
Start at the beginning.
Start at the beginning. Well, that's the thing. You were at a very young age when you were exposed to music. I mean, as far as you really, with your family and all that, and I'm curious how much that played into who you are today as a musician, coming from, quote unquote, a musical family, so to speak.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, music was all around. I think in terms of like the stuff that I do here, I think I was mainly influenced by just being a poor kid, and you know, wanting to play music, wanting to like, you know, go out and grab a guitar or an amplifier and not being able to do that. So I couldn't, you know, going out and buying something like that was like just off the charts, like not going to happen. But we did have a garage that was full of like old junk. So I was able to find, you know, this old broken test equipment and make it do, you know, weird things. My first amplifier was from a reel-to-reel tape player. Like that was like the side amplifier from the reel-to-reel tape player, and that was my guitar amplifier.
Wow.
So it kind of set me on the path to recognize like these junked objects as having value. So, and that's where I'm at now. It's like that sort of space.
Wow. So tonight, what can we expect? Do you rehearse? Do you plan? Or do you just spontaneously wing
Combust.
it? Combust, right?
No, I do rehearse. I have I make little like scores. So you know,
wow.
I have this is I don't know where the camera is.
Is that
but
a
like,
cheat
yeah.
sheet,
It's
sort of?
It's a cheat sheet. It's like a little graphical score. Sometimes
Okay.
I'll print these out or make them like really nice and artsy. Yeah. So each one of these things makes its own sort of individual voice, and you know, I kind of guide them. And there's a path, you know. So before I do a performance, unless I'm redoing something else that I've already done, you know, I'll take like, you know, a week, a couple days, and compose something. So yeah, it's definitely well, what I'm doing tonight definitely has like a, you know, a beginning and an end. But you know, it's also an improvisational kind of thing. So it's good to be prepared for unexpected stuff, because sometimes they will do what they want to do, regardless of what I want them to do. So you just have to like, you know, approach it on the stuff's terms sometimes. So there's an aspect of winging it too, which is great. You know, I like improvising as well.
So what are these things? I mean,
wow.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is a bit of test equipment that I got at a garage sale in Santa Cruz, and I remember each one of these things like there's like a memory attached to it, you know, like. So I remember finding this at this guy who was an electrical engineer, and he recently died, and they had all of his stuff, and I was really happy to find this. I was like, oh, cool, this like function generator. And I looked up, and here I was like really happy, and everyone around me was really sad because it was like a really sad event because this guy had died.
Yeah.
So I remember that sort of juxtaposition of like my own like, you know, of emotionally of that happening. So there's that's a function generator.
Wow.
Let's see, this is a reel-to-reel tape player that I got from a friend, I believe, and it is broken, and it is broken in such a way that I don't use it for the reel-to-reel part. I use it for the broken thing that it does, so I can make drones out of it and then do little filter sweeps out of that. What else? This I got from my friend Armando. It's like a little pitch calibrator thing, and I kind of circuit bent it, and I can make individual tones and octaves out of that, and that's really neat. This is a busted drum brain that I got like 20 years ago from a friend of mine who was like, here, do you want this? It's all fucked up. And I'm like, yes, I'll take that. What else? Yeah, I could keep going, but yeah. So they all have their own sort of things, and you know, yeah, a little part of the ingredient that goes into baking this crazy cake.
That's so cool. How about as far as the pandemic? Have you kind of
I'm not responsible.
I know that, Joe. Do you feel like you've used the time to creatively do things that you wouldn't have normally done, per se?
Maybe. Yes and no. I think I've done more like sort of net-based things because suddenly that's like super relevant again. It's like this moment in the 90s where it's like, yeah, telematics and the internet. The internet is here and everyone will talk to each other, you know, and all music will just be performed remotely. And, you know, of course that didn't happen, but now suddenly it did. So there's that, which is really interesting. So like adapting this practice to expand out to a more net-based kind of thing. I'm actually playing on a festival with an online festival with a friend of mine, Mark Satilia, and we're going to do something similar to this with feedback, but including the network. So he's on the East Coast, I'm out here. We're going to do like a giant feedback loop with like Zoom or what have you, and that's going to be part of the instrument that we're playing. So there's some adaptation that's happening. It's weird. I kind of feel guilty that there's some aspects of the pandemic that I'm enjoying. I kind of like never needing to leave the house. But, you know, one part of it, like actually coming and playing in front of people and going to see live performances, you know, that I miss. So yeah, I think there's been as much sort of like good things as bad things for me personally. That's definitely not the case for everybody. But yeah, so I think I'm rolling with it, I guess.
All
To
right.
answer your question.
It does.
Yeah.
Let's let you roll now. All right.
Okay,
Go
cool.
Cantrell.
Thanks.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, feedback.
I'm good.
Hi.
My name is Joe. Which camera's hot?
I don't know.
I don't know, but maybe
That's a you question.
maybe
Oh,
you
the
should turn us
speakers
down
are
a little
louder.
bit here.
Yeah, so.
Joe,
Yeah.
Joe,
Hi.
Joe,
Hey,
Joe,
hey.
Joe,
Hi.
Joe.
Hi.
Okay, so remember how you were talking about how each thing has its own story?
Yeah.
And it's so interesting to me. I was talking to Esteban, who's going to be performing later, and he made the observation that I made. It was like our minds were thinking the same thing. These are not actual quote unquote instruments per se, right? They're these things that you've acquired throughout your life that make these sounds, and sometimes they're not even the sounds that were intended for each thing. And it just, I don't know, it just kind of blows me away. And I don't know. not that I'm necessarily asking a question of you.
Okay.
I'm giving you an observation.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's so interesting to me because I'm curious about, and this was a shorter performance, and just curious about what other sounds these objects can make. But is there a place where we can buy your music, or where can we find stuff of yours?
Yeah, you can go to my website, joecantrell.net. There's a bunch of stuff there. And yeah, I prefer to play shorter sets than things that are too long.
Mm-hmm.
I'd prefer to, yeah.
Leave them wanting more.
There you go. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is just a little sample of the stuff that I've collected.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nathan has a similar sort of aesthetic of collecting stuff and then putting it to use. So every performance is kind of different, and yeah, so it is what it is, and. There's a lot of, like I said, a lot of leeway that goes into dealing with the stuff. There's always something new that happens during a performance.
Mm-hmm.
So, I like to sort of have a general playground of what's going to happen and a path forward. And I practice that, but a lot of times things come up that aren't expected, and that's fine.
How about your neighbors?
My neighbors are great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes I would think the noise would be.
No, I mean, you don't necessarily need to. I actually like to do it quietly.
Okay.
More than loudly. It's better on your ears. Yeah.
Yes, very much so. How can we find you on the social media platform? What's your Insta and your Facebook and all that stuff?
Oh God, I'm not. You're better off just going to my website,
Okay.
joecantrell.net. If you want to send me my Insta, all that stuff is there. My Insta name is really long. It's like Joe_Leo.
Oh, that's right. Because I was like, what is going on here?
I know. I just did it like, oh, whatever. So yeah, probably my website's probably the best, easiest place to get a hold of me or to hear new stuff. And you can hear each one of these things by themselves. On the website, I have little things where they're sort of soloed out.
Well, we appreciate you being here as part of Radio Axiom tonight.
Yeah,
Thank you
thanks.
so much.
I enjoyed performing.
Yes, we're
Cheers
going to
to
go
everyone.
back to John Jolley for more music here. Woohoo!
No, it's not.
invented us. He's got a would have been cool to have all the bottles here empty.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Hello, 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 Radio Axiom, Session 30, Esteban Flores, welcome.
Thank you.
So, solo versus band tonight, what do we get?
Well, I have this band called Monochromacy, and I got sick of all the guys in that band, so I'm doing my own thing tonight.
You're funny.
I try.
So
it's a solo project I have. It started maybe 2010. It started from this phase I went through where I just wanted to just kind of build on sound, and it's a phase that I still haven't gotten over yet. Tonight, I just kind of want to get away from the wall of sound atmosphere, which I'm still going to play with a little bit, but yeah, I'm going to try something new. I haven't played in about a year or more, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I don't know.
That's cool, though, that you don't even know what you're going to do.
No, we'll find out.
I like that. So you've actually been doing this for almost 15 years, right? 14 years? Since 2007 or so?
2007.
When you first started?
No, I'd say Monochromacy was 2010. So it's been 11 years now.
But as far as the very beginning.
Yeah, the very beginning, I'd say goes back to 04 maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, from when I was a teenager, I had a hard time learning scales and all this stuff with the guitar, and I thought, oh, screw this. I'm just going to buy a bunch of pedals and do something else.
That's what I was going to ask you. What was the moment that the proverbial light bulb went off in your head?
It actually, it started a lot sooner than that. I always wanted to play music since I was a little kid. I used to make a drum set out of pots and pans in the living room when I was a kid, and I always wanted to play drums. My mom's like, no, we'll get you a guitar when you're ready. So around when I was 10 or so, on TV, I watched Woodstock 99, which I hear was hell on earth for the people who were there.
Yeah.
So I saw Rage Against the Machine playing, and I saw this stuff that Tom Morello was doing on a guitar that sounded nothing like a guitar, and I'm like, that's what I want to do. I want to play an instrument and not make it sound like that instrument at all. So when I was 12, my mom got me my first guitar. She thought I could handle it and be responsible with it. And then from there, I bought an electric guitar later, and I started buying, one pedal and another pedal, and I haven't stopped.
So how did it evolve from just you to Monochromacy?
Well, Monochromacy was something that came from not so much inspirations from music, but more something almost like emotions. So for me, it sounds kind of cheesy, but something really powerful was the ending of the film Eraserhead, where it's just, everything's just going to hell, and then before you find out what happens, it just cuts off. And I always want to somehow try to recreate that musically.
That movie is, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was intense. Yeah.
Intense.
So that's what made me want to start Monochromacy. Now I'm just kind of, if I go out to the mountains, there's a certain feeling you get from being alone out. I want to come back and bring that and try to put that into music. And it resonates with a lot of people because, sometimes after I play, somebody will go up to me and go, oh, my dog just died and I've been really lonely lately and this, stuff like that. And it's cool. It's nice because it's, I feel like we can be kindred spirits even though there's a complete stranger.
That's amazing. Aww.
Yeah.
So I read this one line about you, and I thought it was interesting. Meditation music for the end of times.
Well,
is that something you came up with, or?
Yes. Yeah. It's Yeah, it's something that we used, well, that I used for an album a few years ago, and my friend Sam, who runs the label Stay Strange, he put it on some of the cassettes that we put out. I thought it was so perfect. It just encapsulates what I was doing with monochromacy then.
Yeah. It totally caught my eye. So, do you have any collaborations in the works? I mean, a lot of people haven't played in about a year.
Yeah.
As you mentioned.
Yeah.
So, is there anything you've been working on specifically?
Nothing.
You just took a break.
I got the invitation to play this, and I said, okay, I'll plug in my guitar. I'll get some new cables because they're all crackly and nasty, and we'll see how this goes.
Let's go see how it goes.
Awesome.
The end of time.
Yes.
That was it.
That was a little bit of it.
Wow. So how did it feel after not performing for a year?
It felt pretty nice. I don't know. It feels like taking a warm bath when you're in front of the amplifiers like that. And it's something I haven't felt in a long time.
Like taking a warm bath.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. I'm kind of picturing. So when you were performing just now, all I kept thinking was, you need to hook up with Benicio del Toro and do some soundtrack stuff.
The actor?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking soundtracks. Have you ever done any soundtrack work at all?
I've tried, but I keep getting hired to play funerals. I have a list of those.
You have a list of those. So what is your list of social media links where we can find you?
Well, it's kind of hard to spell monochromacy.
Oh, it is not hard to spell that.
Well, a lot of people like to say monochromancy, like necromancy, and then that takes you to something else completely.
Oh, it sure does.
But yeah, monochromacy, Bandcamp. My Instagram is Living Posture, but there's nothing interesting there.
What?
So I'd say, yeah, it's just selfies with my cat and me in the mountains. And,
what's your cat's name?
Well, we have two cats, Oswald and Lorenzo.
Oh.
Yeah.
When's the last time you were in the mountains?
Monday?
Oh.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Just mission trails.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
We like to be outside as much as we can.
Especially right now, because, we're at the tail end of the...
Yeah, before it starts getting hot and all the rattlesnakes come out again and it gets scary.
I think you could probably handle a rattlesnake. If you played your music in front of rattlesnakes, I think they'd all just be mesmerized.
Oh, yeah.
No, they'd be like, oh, yeah. That's what I'm picturing.
Yeah, I'm going to try that. I'm going to talk to Xavier later. Maybe
About getting some snakes in the midst of your performance.
Yeah. The Sonoran Desert.
Well, we loved your performance, Esteban. Thank you so much. We appreciate you,
Thank you for having
being
me.
here as part of Radio Axiom. Now we're going to go back to John Jolley for some more music.
Successful.
I'm still dancing. I'm still dancing. I'm still dancing.
Keep that energy going.
Keep that energy going.
Keep it going.
Woohoo! Yeah.
I'm a terrible dancer. I'm not even going to fake it.
Okay, Nathan Hubbard, let's talk about your hat.
Hi, Robin Roth.
Don Hubbard Contracting Company, Encinitas.
Yes, this is the old hat because they moved to San Marcos in 1999. Originally my grandfather's company, now run by my father, both Don Hubbards. Don Hubbard Sr. and Jr. Started in 1948 in Encinitas.
What?
Took over what is now Coalwood Park in 52, and they were there until 99. And when that yard was half the city and half my family, the family company, and when they took it out, they made a park into that. So they do sewer contracting. I've put in all sorts of stuff all over North County and San Diego in general.
So Encinitas is near and dear, very near and dear to your heart. Essentially.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of My great grandparents moved there in the 20s. My grandfather graduated from the first class of San Diego High, back when it was on the other side of the 5. Pretty much all of my aunts and uncles went to San Diego. I grew up in Encinitas. I spent 30 years there. So yeah, a little bit of history.
So why did you leave San Diego and why did you come back?
I think everybody needs to leave San Diego to realize.
No.
Well, and then maybe come back. But it's
That's true.
Okay. Basically, my wife got a really nice job in Arizona, so we moved to Arizona, which was great. Everybody hates on Arizona. I understand. There's certain things about the culture. There's certain things about Phoenix, or maybe just Arizona in general, but I thought the desert's amazing, and there's a lot of really great creative people out there doing really amazing things.
Okay. And then
we got another job offer, and we came back.
Oh, okay.
And also I don't think we went on a date for like 2 years. So it was a little hard out there. Here we have a little bit of support structure. We have kids, grandparents, and things like that. So it was a little, when we had the opportunity, I think we've mentioned that probably could have stuck it out a few more years, but coming back seemed to make sense. And we all know a little support structure is good.
Well, we are glad you are back.
We
are very glad. And take us through the evolution of you, because there's so many different things that you do. How do you keep it together? I mean, I know we're in the middle of a pandemic. I'm not talking about right now necessarily, but just over the course of your career, you've got your own stuff, you've got the orchestra, you've got this band, you've got this thing going on. How did you?
I just kind of follow my nose. I just was a music fan. I grew up, I was kind of a metalhead in junior high. I was super into hip hop. I got into jazz really heavily. Most people know me as a jazz drummer. I've spent a lot of years doing that. But I was, making beats on the side, and they always kind of sucked. They've gotten better recently. And then I was, writing, when I got to college, I started writing for larger ensembles. I started Skeleton Key Orchestra and doing that. And then, I'm out just working musician. I'm out doing musical theater gigs. I played with Rafter for a long time, which was basically like a dance pop gig, which was great because at that point, everybody just thought of me as this one thing. And Rafter was just like, hey, you want to play? I was, yeah. And he had no preconceptions of what I did. He knew that I could cover the gig, and that was great. So, and that's kind of what I look for. I just look for situations that are fun, that I can grow in, that excite me. And then some situations maybe are, not so fun, and I'm like, maybe I'm not the right person. But, and if something comes up that is right, I just jump on it. So I know it's kind of all over the place, and people are like, what does that guy do? He does this, and then he plays drums, and he's over there. And so it's a little scattered, but it allows me
freedom. Yeah.
Allows me to do a lot of different things, which is wonderful.
Yeah, and your setup tonight, I guess I don't know what I was expecting, but tell us, because I know, like you said, drummer, percussionist. So your setup tonight, what are we going to hear? What's the vibe going to be like?
This is sort of in the drone, I guess you could say some of it's noise, drone noise, ambient situation. I play a little piano. I write music on the piano, but I'm not a keyboard player. I wouldn't be out doing gigs. But here we have 2 keyboards. So most of the stuff on this table are sound generators and are used to create different textures and timbres. I'm running samples and field recordings. I was always that guy that ran around with the tape recorder. So there's literally, let's see here. Here's a recording. I don't know if it's coming through. If we can get those. This is literally a recording of the roofers on the neighbor's house.
Really?
And I put a tape recorder out and let it run for about an hour on my back patio.
Okay.
And it creates. You've got these weird textures, right? And so it's a whole phone of these different recordings. My kids playing at the Reuben H. Making noise. Some church bells from the mission, San Diego Mission all sorts of different things. The trains out way out in Arizona, and then I mix these in.
And you can hear the guys talking on the roof too. You can hear what they're saying.
There's a million different of these recordings. So I sort of use these as different options to create different sounds. Same thing with the keyboards. This one is a fairly straightforward synthesizer. This keyboard you can see has these switches here, and basically what I've done is rewire the inside and taken different points and connected them in the wrong way.
Oh.
So it does not what it's supposed to, which I think maybe is kind of what's tonight's about. Right?
Doing not what you're supposed to.
We're all doing things that we're not supposed to.
I like that.
Right? Esteban plays guitar, not in a very traditional manner. Right? Joe's creating all these things, wonderful things. John's over mixing different records together and doing all sorts of stuff. So that's sort of the general idea, is to create music out of different sound sources that I like.
Let's do it now.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Yes. Nathan Hubbard. Whew.
Whew, yeah.
So I'm listening to the sounds, I'm listening to the noises,
Yeah.
and I'm thinking, where are they? What time is it? What are they doing? Or that is that the kids? When were they fixing the roof? Was it his roof? What time was it? Was it hot? Was it cold? Are these the kind of things that you want me to think about, or am I reading too much into it?
I don't think I've ever thought about what the listener is gonna think. I mean, clearly I like it, so I present things that I like, and I find myself when I listen to these, I get lost in them. Like, I think that's what you're saying, right? You're kind of, there's these things, and oh, did I hear that? And wait, what? Is that people talking? Or is that footsteps? What, there's a investigative kind of listening, and then there's also just like, wow, that's, or like, like that last little piece, the thing is, wow, that must be a really big space.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, there's all these people talking, or the sorry, I'm in a little daze after I play. Usually I can't remember what I played.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
There was a couple, I actually played a few of the samples of the kids playing at the Reuben H. And there's this, the Reuben H, they had this, it was basically like a kid's, like a play structure.
Mm-hmm.
But it was all tape. Like, like packing tape. They did the entire structure in packing tape. And of course, if you run along, it goes squeak, 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 squeak. So that's what that sound is. You wouldn't know that unless you were there. But it's really interesting because when you listen to it, you're like, what? Is that 1,000 rabbits? Like what is going on, So it kind of makes you, listen deeper maybe, for me.
And that's my point. As the listener or the viewer, it's like peeling off the layers of an onion. You're going, and like, when do you get to the bottom of it? And you kind of never do, which is,
right.
I think, a good thing.
Oh, definitely.
Right?
Yeah, because I think it's funny talking about it because it kind of gives it away. It's like when you read a really good book that you don't have all the answers to. Like, the last thing I would want to do is go ask the author, like, well, did they die at the end? Like, I'm kind of happy to, like, maybe they did, or maybe they made it to Bermuda, or I don't know. Like, any of those things could happen, and leaving it open gives you more things than those sort of concrete answers. But people like concrete. That's sort of the thing, is that people like concrete answers.
Well, and the other thing
people want to know.
People like going behind the curtain. They want to see what's really going on.
Oh, I know.
So
I remember this was actually not that long ago, but we were at the Casbah, and a friend of mine said, sometimes you want to know how the sausage gets made. We were watching this band, and it was one of those bands where it was just like a singer, but there was all these sounds happening. Mm-hmm. And she was like, I think she was basically saying, I want to see a drummer sweat, and I want to see, instead of all these things happening and there's just one person up there or something. So I totally agree with that. Like, I understand that people want to, get into it and have more context to it.
Right.
Yeah.
So over the last year, how have things changed for you? Because I'm assuming that most of your gigs were at night, maybe, right? Yeah. So shifting everything for you, how has that been for you?
It's been good. It's been bad. It's been dark. It's been really dark. It's been wonderful. I got to spend a ton of time with my kids. I haven't been playing a lot, but I put a drum kit in the back room of the house and put mics up and have been, doing records for people, little recordings. I did some stuff for Rafter that I think's coming out. Different people send me tracks and I record them. I've been working on my own records. Myself and Heather Janega have been working from Black Sands and Podunk Nowhere. We have this 12-track record that's pretty much done. We spent the year writing together and sending files back and forth. I've been making 1 million beats and sending them out to people and trying to get that happening. I have I usually have about 3 records I'm working on simultaneously, and now I have, I think, maybe 8. And you might hear like maybe 3 of them.
Okay.
So, but it's been good. I've been able to dig deeper into things that I wasn't really focusing on because I was too busy out playing. You know, and when you're just like, well, in like 3 weeks I have to do this, and until then I have nothing, you know, other than making sure the kids are okay and everything's cool. Like, okay, well, I can work on this. So that's been a good thing. There's been other things, you know, we've all been dealing with these kinds of things of just everything being shut down and not having any money and all these things. So that's one side of it. I've been trying to like figure out what the good things are.
Well, once we get back to it, you'll be out there and we'll be coming to see you.
Yeah.
So
hopefully.
that'll be a great thing. So how can we find you on social media?
Nathan Hubbard on Facebook, at Firecliffs on Instagram.
Okay, what's that from?
It's actually it's an old record that I put out years ago, and it comes from a painting that my great grandmother did of the cliffs right at Dog Beach in Del Mar.
At Fire
But
Cliffs.
she was a little psychedelic, so she painted.
Well, that's all right.
The cliffs are all yellow and red, and they're very vibrant. And I called them Fire Cliffs for some reason, and that kind of turned into a thing. So that's the name of that. I am on Twitter, I think, also at Fire Cliffs. And then my website is www.casterandpollexmusic.com.
Okay.
The two brightest stars in Gemini.
See, you have a reason for everything. It's a beautiful thing. You do. You have explanations for everything. I love it.
I guess I do.
I love it. It's awesome. It's been a great night.
It's been a wonderful night.
Let's
Thanks
have a round of
everybody
applause
sharing
for
this.
everybody. Come on, everybody.
Yeah, thanks to X for doing this.
Esteban
Thanks to Robin for having us.
Joe Cantrell.
Yes.
Nathan Hubbard. John Jolley is going
Everybody
to
behind the
DJ for
scenes.
us to take us out for the evening. I did want to mention radioaxiom.com.
Oh, yeah.
Because the website got everything on there. Also at Radio Axiom on Instagram. And the Facebook is Axiom Sound System. And the YouTube channel is weird. It's basically Vasquez spelled backwards. Yes. Okay?
All underscore with
Vasquez
spaces around
spelled
it.
backwards, which is ZEUQSAV. And there will be a quiz later or tomorrow. I'm Robin Roth. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you all. And we're going to have John take us out with some wonderful beats. Thank you so much.
appoggiatura in bar 6 where you are tending to rush a bit.
we're losing physical proximity, obviously, through computer technology. Anything else?
I think we're losing intimacy. You can only love somebody that you know well. The average father in the U.S. spends less than 30 seconds communicating with his own children.
So we're losing physical communities. Anything else?
Anonymity, particularly in cyberspace, where you feel like you can get away with almost anything, from the family on up to the nation state.
So we're losing chat rooms and online salons and communication. Anything else?
Well, the capacity for self-deception, or what we might call interest groups. And I don't think those are communities.
So we're losing what the internet is promoting, and cyber libertarianism. Anything else?
I think that the internet does promote sitting alone instantly, becoming absolute to reality. Do you have a grasp of reality, the way things really are in the world? Deadly. We need to spend as much time seeking all other ways of knowing.
So we're losing physical wisdom. Anything else?
I think our relationships are weaker, and I think the search for God is important. And I think ultimate reality still is important in the world today. And I think the best path that gives us some light on the future is that we are so connected to the continuity with the significant technologies around where we eat. It's very interesting where we come together, where we take our time. That's the way it's going to be, and we're going to get to know one another again. And in fact, I think life is a big mistake. I put intimacy with God in the discussion so he can protect people who feel that they love one another because we're not looking at reality. That's the way it's going to be. Especially those things that were funny.
So we're losing computer technology. Anything else?